Good afternoon. Welcome to the Nevada Senate. I'm Brennan Busey. I'm the Secretary of the Senate, the other Secretary of the Senate. Annette Biamonte here will be helping out with media today. I have a couple housekeeping matters. As you've noticed, it's a construction zone here, so please stay in the designated areas and be aware of where you're walking. Because construction is going on in the restrooms outside the chamber, you'll have to use the restrooms in the central hallway. To control your microphones, there's a touchpad next to you. You can request to speak and the president can call on you. When a vote is open, that will turn to a voting screen. You can vote yay or nay, or not voting. And it will tell you at the top of that voting screen what senator's desk you are at. So if you're looking at the voting screen and you're curious what your vote is, that's who you should look at. Finally, please be respectful of the chamber, be respectful of the desk at which you're at. This is a great privilege and an honor to be in this chamber. More importantly, be respectful of one another. The foundation of self-government is respect for one another and respect for the institutions that make deliberative collective decision-making possible. So please keep that in mind if your debates heat up this afternoon. With that, I wish you a successful legislative session. I'll turn it over to your Secretary of the Senate.
The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of Business Number 13, General File. The Secretary will read the first bill.
There we go. An act that will increase the Nevada gaming tax by 2% in order to establish incentives for Nevada school district employees in positions that are critically short-staffed. Such positions are teachers, bus drivers, and counselors. Incentives provided will be covering of higher education, tuition such as master's and doctorates, or the opportunity to have the state match their 401k payments. Participates in this incentivization program will enter into a binding contract with Nevada school districts, guaranteeing at least 10 years of employment. These incentives will no longer be available in school districts once it has been determined that there is no longer a shortage in each position.
Is there any discussion? Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, and I strongly urge this body to do the same. As Nevadan students, we all know the struggle that the Nevadan education system is going through right now, especially currently with respect to teacher shortages and other staffing shortages. When we have teachers who aren't willing to teach because of the poor incentives and poor pay that they receive, we're stuck with substitutes who aren't sufficiently trained and knowledgeable to teach us, and it kind of fails the future generation of Nevadans. And of course, it's not just teachers that are affected. Other necessary staff to keep the education system running are also effective. And this bill would play a huge role in ensuring that students in Nevada and youth in Nevada get the education that they deserve. So I, again, strongly urge this body to also support this bill.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, but I have a question about the last sentence of this Act. It states these incentives will no longer be available in school districts once it has been determined that there is no longer shortage in each position. So does this mean that all spots must be filled, or is there a certain number before this incentive is taken away?
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. To address Senator Lee's question, this simply means that as soon as any staffing needs within a district are filled, essentially this bill will no longer be available. So yes, it means that if, for example, there are for example, 2 vacancies in school social workers, if those 2 vacancies are filled, then it means that there are no longer any vacancies and that this bill would no longer be available.
Are there any senators in opposition of this bill? Is there anything another senator would like to add? This bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? And Senator Talim.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 9 in favor and 0 against. This bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. The secretary will read the next bill.
An act that will allocate 0.05 of the marijuana tax revenues to the fund to fund the installation of flashing LED lights at all pedestrian signs not formally associated with traffic lights in Nevada, aimed at enhancing pedestrian safety and preventing accidents. As a reminder, this is Senate Bill number 5.
Senator Fraga.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I was just having a question on the bill. I was wondering if there are any states that have a similar, if not the same, law, and if those and have statistics of this actually helping.
Senator Meza.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I have a concern with this bill. Anyone with epilepsy, because I want to point out the installation of flashing LED lights. I was just wondering the concern with epilepsy, especially in the correlation of during the night. Would this have any consequences to it, maybe? Just something for the community to think about, the committee? Thank you.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. In response to Senator Fraga's concern, there are current pedestrian signs with flashing lights, which increases the visibility of these signs significantly. I don't know about other states, but I know in Nevada, there are a few signs that already light up, and they have been extremely effective. And in response to Senator Mesa's concern, there are flashing stop signs. There are flashing red lights, red lights when the power gets cut out. And I think that this is comparable to the flashing lights, to the flashing stop signs and flashing red lights. So I think that if a driver has epilepsy, they should not be driving at night regardless. And the flashing pedestrian signs also applies to that.
Senator Popova?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to point out several things stated in the bill that I think are important when it comes to making a decision about it. First is that the LED lights will use miniature solar panels to power them, which would reduce the electricity and maintenance costs, as well as the fact that this bill at first targets low-income neighborhoods, which is incredibly important because a lot of low-income neighborhoods do not have the same signage, do not have the same like safety in those type of areas. Thank you.
Senator Brooks?
I rise in support of this bill to highlight how it would enhance pedestrian safety, specifically in regards to the problem that we have here in Nevada, which is drunk driving. As we know, when you are drunk and you are driving, that causes you to not pay attention as more and you have slower reaction time. So having a flashing light will help draw driver's attention to the signs and help enhance pedestrian safety.
Senator Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in support of this bill, but I do have questions about where these light-up signs are placed. It states that they will be situated in proximity to school zones and parks, but if at night people aren't going to school, how is this very needed?
Senator Govindaraj?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill to answer Senator Lee's question on how these lights would be effective in school zones. There are a lot of schools where there are a lot of driving routes where you have to pass by these school zones, which is why installing these LED lights can really help a lot of drivers, because I do know that there are a lot of routes on like GPS that there's not only one route. So there's multiple routes that can pass by a school zone, which is why by installing these lights, we can, really take forward that there are a lot of accidents that can happen due to not paying attention to road signs. Thank you.
Senator Brooks?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill to address Senator Lee's question regarding the lights. And students going to school at night, the lights would be flashing not only at night exclusively. They do have lights that flash in the school zone during the day, specifically yellow lights. And this would just implement more of the road signs. The lights would not just be on during night.
Senator Taleem?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, additionally addressing Senator Lee's concern. Although the bill explicitly states the 60% of fatal pedestrian crashes took place between the hours of 6 p.m. and 11:59 p.m., it also explicitly states drivers are less visually aware in low-lit conditions, and students can walk to school in the morning in the darkness. So especially in low-income neighborhoods where they can't get a ride, they have other priorities that requires them to be at school early when it's still dark outside. So even though it's dark, students are still going to school.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I just have one concern. It goes with Senator Fraga's for people with epilepsy. And not only that, would the lights have to be flashing? Because I feel as if that would maybe cause a distraction to drivers when they're already dealing with oncoming headlights heading their direction. So I just feel as maybe the flashing LED lights could be a distraction.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Just to answer Senator Simpson's concern, there are flashing LED lights at other like intersections and stuff that are already implemented, so this wouldn't effectively change anything that isn't already there. Yes, thank you.
Senator Govindaraj.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would also like to point out in Section 3 that around 43% of Nevada's income comes from tourism. And if people are coming from all over the world as tourists, we must do everything in our power to ensure their safety, which is why installing these LED lights will be our best solution to prioritize their safety, especially pedestrian safety. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I rise in support of this. Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill to add on to what Senator Govindaraj says. Primarily, when tourists do come to Las Vegas, they induce in the drinking and gambling culture, which is then can become a problem with drunk driving. So this bill would also help protect not only tourism but native Nevadans.
Are there any senators who would like to speak? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The Secretary will call the roll.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Suen? Senator Taleem?
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 9 in favor and 0 against. This bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed.
For the senators, please never directly address each other. You are always talking directly to the president. Question, you can say, but you're speaking to. And also, when we're voting, you can say.
The secretary will read the next bill.
This is Senate Bill number 7, an act that will establish a fine of $5,000 for private construction companies per each new housing development using invasive plant species in the landscaping of new housing developments due to the fact that invasive species have harmful impacts on the environment and water supply.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would like it to first point out that invasive species are harmful in many ways, specifically in Nevada due to our water shortage. So invasive species typically have poor water absorption, shallow roots, and many other facets to them that make them less viable for the environment and impact it negatively. Additionally, native species instead strengthening the environment, particularly when it comes to natural disasters such as flooding or storms or anything like that. Thank you.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I do have a concern. If this is private construction, how is this going to be governmentally regulated?
Senator Meza.
Thank you, Madam President, but I actually did have the same concern as Senator Talim, or my peer, my colleague, apologies, but thank you.
Senator Swin.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I believe that contractors and developers are already required to follow certain development codes. They're already required to undergo inspection to ensure that they are complying with these codes. This would simply be another one, along with other codes that they're already required to follow. So it would undergo the same procedure that other established schools already undergo.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to also elaborate on what my colleague said, that basically there would be provided a list of invasive species per a specific area of Nevada for the inspectors to come to these private constructions and to make sure that they are following this bill, which if they are not and invasive species are found, they would get the fine of $5,000 if it is their first violation. Thank you.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Another concern I have is I know that they're fining the construction companies, but if the actual owner of the property wishes not to have any plants from the company planted and goes on to plant their own invasive species, would this be the company's fault? And would they have to pay the fine? Like, what would be done about that in that situation?
Senator Fraga.
From some Reno residents about this bill, and they quite like their trees, especially ones that are not native to Nevada, because there are not a lot of trees native to Nevada. So I was wondering, would those get taken away? So yeah, that's just my question. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, but I also do have a concern about if companies don't comply with this and they choose to plant invasive species, how are we identifying that these invasive species are being planted in homes if they, most of the time, such as cheatgrass, I'm assuming this looks exactly like grass. How is this being regulated? Thank you.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. To address a previous concern, I would like to point out that this bill specifically impacts only new housing and new construction rather than any other already existing invasive plant species that may be already planted anywhere within the state of Nevada. Additionally, actually, never mind. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I rise in support of this bill because although I do support it, I'd like to say that it fails to mention that what the repercussions will be for the ones who actually hired the private construction company, and if there will be, since they know that the plants will be invasive if this will be passed.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, another concern I have is, since it's private property, what happens if the owners of the property fail to agree to an inspection? What happens in that case?
Senator Meza.
Thank you, Madam President. So I had a concern. I am in support of the bill, but I have a concern. It says the fines will be paid to the government, but since this is a private construction company, wouldn't there be some type of department that would oversee the regulation and the enforcement of this bill? Just wondering. Thank you.
Senator Govindaraj.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I also do have a concern. In section 1, it does state that there are many invasive species such as cheatgrass increase the chances of wildfires and worsen the effects of other natural disasters. I know that wildfires, it can be common here, but what are some other natural disasters that can, because it does say it would affect the overall biodiversity, and I just wanted to understand how it would affect the overall, but only, thank you.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill to address some concerns. First of all, is that some other natural disasters would be some of the floods and storms or anything I mentioned before. And the way that invasive species impact biodiversity is by competing with native species for all of the other resources. So when invasive species are purposely planted, they take away resources from native species. So in regards to this bill, for example, when new construction is built, native species are leveled and destroyed in order for homes to be built there. So that is one way that basically invasive species compete. Additionally, to address a different concern, inspections would occur before the house is bought by a person. So in order to make sure that the private company is complying with the bill as well as other legalities, inspections would occur before the fact. Thank you.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I was just wondering, because biodiversity is a strong argument. However, if this is private landscaping, I don't see how intentionally planting an invasive species would impact the biodiversity of the entire community or ecosystem and not just that house in which the invasive species is planted.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I actually rise in opposition of this bill. Referring to my question earlier, if someone doesn't comply, how are they being checked? And so if someone builds their house and does choose to hire a company that will plant these invasive species, or also after the fact, hold on. Before, my peer mentioned that these inspections are done before the house or after the house is built, but before it is sold, to my understanding. So what about if the homeowners decided to plant these species after the inspection, if there is no further inspection?
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. To address some concerns, first would be that the concern that like, how do invasive species affect like the overall biodiversity if it's in just like a community or just like a lawn of a house? There's actually a very simple answer. It's that like fauna and flora and like all of the like total ecosystem isn't of course confined to like the one community. There are animals within our ecosystem. There are tons of insects who are important for pollination that rely on some of these native species, as well as some invasive, but specifically the native because these are the native fauna, native animals that rely on like their diet and whatnot. Additionally is that this bill only affects private construction companies and not homeowners themselves. If homeowners decided to redo their landscaping and plant invasive species, that would be their choice. This bill does mention that it affects homeowners in the way that it is cheaper to actually maintain native species since they do not use as much water and they save on irrigation for both, of course, like the company and for the homeowner that eventually buys it. Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would just like to address a concern that was brought up earlier by a colleague in terms of citizens enjoying the current plants that they have. This bill would only affect new construction, and also there's already talks of, replacing lawns and natural grass with synthetic material in order to conserve water. And so this is a very similar bill to that and would kind of have a similar impact. Yeah.
Senator Brooks.
I rise in support of this bill, but would like to highlight how it specifically mentions private construction companies. Rather, I feel as if the problem would be private landscaping companies, because construction companies, although they do work on the landscaping when initially installing the house, when someone is wanting to plant more, when someone is working on after they buy the house, they would be able to install their own plants where they would hire a landscaping company, which specifically is for plants. So then I feel like the landscaping companies would be a better place to implement this rather than the construction companies.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill, as I would like to point out that this fine would be necessary as most people don't really have anything invasive in their yards or in new housing developments. And also, I would like to point out that the Southern Nevada Water District already mandated that grasses and plants that are not native to Nevada are to be removed. So because that plan already exists, how is each area going to really take this in effect? And also, I would like to point out that plants are also different in washoes. So Yeah, thank you.
I would just like to remind the senators, it's happened a couple times. Please turn your mics off when you're done speaking. Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. First, to address the concern about landscaping companies and why this bill affects only private construction companies rather than landscaping companies, would be first that private construction companies create housing development. So this is not one house being built. This is a community of perhaps 20 or more homes with sizable lawns containing all of these plants. As well as the fact that landscaping companies rely on having invasive species, planting invasive species in the yards of homeowners who choose to do the landscaping. So it would almost completely destroy their business if we were to create a bill that just doesn't let them do what they, make money off of, basically. There would have to be a completely different bill to offer financial incentives or that type of thing, rather than this one. Additionally, thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. I would just like to remind my colleagues that although this is trying to decrease the amount of invasive plant species in homes, I believe that this doesn't really solve the problem, and this is just pushing this to another it's pushing it to another source of gaining these invasive species instead, such as landscaping companies or people just doing it by themselves.
Senator Meza.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to clarify if it's a fine, and I want to bring this attention to the committee because if there's not going to be a real exchange or some way to provide funds for this, these companies, and to be able to provide this kind of native biodiversity plant species, then how are they going to collect these funds? Because obviously, it's one thing to provide a fine, but if there's no way to get around this fine in order of in terms of finding a way to compromise, then how does this really find a solution? Thank you.
Time has expired for this bill. We will move on to voting. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll.
Senator Brooks. Senator Fraga. Senator Govindajaj. Oh my goodness. Bro, all right. Senator Lee. Senator Meza. Senator Popova. Senator Simpson. Senator Swin. Senator Talim.
Senator Govindaraj, I didn't catch your vote. What is your vote? There are 5 in favor and 4 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly. The Secretary will now read the bill.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly Chamber in Carson City on June 20th, 2024. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform you, your honorable body, that the Assembly this day passed Senate Bill 10, and I will read Assembly Bill 10, which is an act that will establish a 0.08 tax on gambling-based gains in order to fund a program to guarantee individuals with self-care disabilities an option of a daily trained caregiver to their place of residency, regardless of their financial position.
This is a bill from the Assembly, so you will find that in the Assembly bill packet and not the Senate bill packet. This is, again, Assembly Bill 10. Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I just do have a question. Is there a number on how much money that 0.08% would bring in? And is that enough to cover the expenses that would be needed to ensure that every single person with a self-care disability would have a caregiver every single day to their place of residency? Because that does seem like a very significant financial burden.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, and to address this question, each year in Nevada, annually, gambling-based gains equates to about $67 billion. So 0.08% of this amount is approximately $67 million. So I believe that this is enough. I would also like to add that this is a bill trying to help people of any financial position, meaning that it's kind of like an ambulance. If multiple people call for an ambulance, the person that gets answered first is obviously the person with more urgency. So I'd like to address that.
Senator Fraga.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have a quick concern I'd like to address. I noticed that regardless of their financial position, how would we make sure that this bill, which is meant for people who can't really afford the caregiver, or training for a caregiver, how would we make sure that people aren't abusing this bill who are financially able to actually afford either training or a personal caregiver from a private corporation? I was just wondering, how would we make sure it wouldn't get abused? Thank you.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. A concern that I had was, where are you guys finding the caregivers, 1, and 2, what is the incentive towards the caregivers? Because it's explicitly stated, caregivers will be provided to anyone with self-care disabilities that require one. And I feel like the disability population in Nevada is probably relatively high. So that's, yeah.
Senator Meza.
So I want to direct you to Section 2, letter D. 30% of individuals requiring care for basic needs have experienced a form of mistreatment and neglect resulting in unnecessary nursing home placements. So based off what my colleague said as well, how are we going to be able to ensure that said daily trained caregivers are properly trained? What sort of requirements would a caregiver have to fulfill in order to be considered qualified? Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Just as a point of clarification, the bill states that they will have people with self-care disabilities will have an option of a daily trained caregiver to their place of residency. But it was earlier, this bill was compared to a sort of ambulance sort of service, and that implies to me that it's a almost first come, first serve basis. So does this bill guarantee that every person with a self-care disability will have the option of having someone at their home to care for them every day? Or is it you call when you need assistance and that they come? Because that, again, seems to me very similar to an ambulance service, and I'm not sure what the difference there is.
Senator Simpson?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, just as my colleague stated earlier of her concern. How would we determine who is in need of these caregivers, regardless of their financial position? And the caregivers, will they have one patient per caregiver, or will they have multiple of them?
Senator Brooks? Oh, sorry, Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. To address some concerns of my colleagues, I want to first address the concern of how will we ensure that this is not abused. And as you can see in Section 1, Part B, it defines self-care disabilities as someone with certain physical or mental limitations that impairs an individual from completing necessary tasks, such as bathing, walking, dressing, and other activities that create independent living conditions to be feasible. Secondly, I'd like to address the concern about caregivers and how what incentives are in for them, and I'd like to add that this is people that are working in this position are going to be CNAs, people with CNA qualifications or higher. So this is simply opening up new job opportunities to nurses, which I believe is needed. And to also address the concern about how are we making sure that CNAs are qualified, we are not hiring people without a CNA qualification or higher. So lastly, the concern about how is this different from an ambulance, I simply use that as to compare or to address the fact that people were concerned about how are people being prioritized. So not in the way that this is a bill that is saying that it's just a come and go type of thing. This is a bill that's stating if there is multiple people in need of this, prioritization is a first come first served basis. And these are, and like stated in the act, this is a daily trained caregiver, meaning that they're coming to your home, but this also does not mean that they are working every day. We are funding workers, plural, so like a nurse, you don't work all 7 days of the week just because you have patients needed. It is simply you come in, I believe it's 3 days a week for a 12-hour shift, so it's similar to that. Whether you work 3 days a week or 4 days a week, people are still given access to the caregivers that they need.
Senator Popova?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would just like to point out the fact that this bill has another goal, is that to provide perhaps immediate family or any of the other primary caregivers a chance or an opportunity to actually seek employment instead of having to take care of their family member, for example, 24/7 because they need that care. This will provide basically a daily caregiver instead of someone who is perhaps, you might use the phrase burdened and unable to actually financially support themselves in other ways or, go above the poverty line or anything like that. Thank you.
Senator Brooks?
I rise in opposition to this bill. I do like the message of it, and I do feel that individuals with disabilities should be guaranteed a caregiver, but I feel like this bill lacks thoroughness. It says it will fund a program to guarantee individuals for a daily caregiver. It does not outline what that program is. It doesn't outline if the CNAs will have incentives, if it will cover their college, and it doesn't outline how it says just regardless of financial position, so it does not outline how it will not be abused. So therefore, I feel like it would not be effective, and that a bill that with more thoroughness that would outline how it would want to make an impact would have a better chance, would be better to pass.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to address the point my colleague made, which was the fact that when you're in need of a caregiver, your immediate family is generally the one suffering. And so I think that the fact this is going to open up themselves to employment and let them broaden their horizons is a very pushing factor towards this bill. A concern that I had, though, was the creation of like a waiting list or like a triage situation. And let's say a patient is further down the wait list if there are more patients than trained CNAs, and if the patient on the lower end of the waiting list becomes immediately worse, like what would happen in that scenario? Thank you.
Senator Swan.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to point out that earlier it was mentioned that Nevada makes around, I believe, $27 billion in gambling-based gains. However, I believe that there are conflicting figures, as there are other sources which provide that Nevada makes $15.5 billion in gambling-based gains, and that is obviously a very stark difference between those two figures and would severely impact the funding of this bill. And I just am wondering how that impacts the financial validity of this and being able to meet the actual capital requirements to provide every person with self-care disabilities with that trained CNA.
Senator Meza.
Thank you, Madam President. I stand in partial support of this bill. I have two questions, and one is kind of in consideration with my colleague. I have a major concern of who is considered eligible, who is considered, oh, well, this person deserves it more, because I feel like it would be a sense of discrimination and inequality between people who have these self-care disabilities, because while it does guarantee individuals with self-care disabilities an option of a daily trained caregiver, we have to be realistic and understand that there will have to be some type of enforcement of how many people we can have in this program, because obviously we are going to be provided funds, but we need to be able to use those funds adequately. Not only that, but I want to point out something specifically in the act. I just want a clarification of sorts. When you guys say you guarantee individuals with self-care disabilities, would you guys also have to consider maybe family in this as well, or is it only open to people who are willing to consent? Thank you.
Senator Fraga.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support for this bill. However, I do have a question, and I would like some clarification as well. So speaking of speaking of consent, so would this be forced upon to people who can't consent? And how would we make sure they are consenting? Like, would we go up and like interview the person who is in need for the services, or would it be like written or video? How would this be done? And people who can't consent, how would we make sure that they actually want this? Thank you.
Senator Govindaraj.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would just like to say that, there are a lot of people, people who are qualified for being the caregiver need to have a CNA qualification or greater, and most of these people are from hospitals or nursing homes, etc. And I just want to point out that even though the point of this bill is to help people with self-care disabilities, there's also another point of decreasing unemployment rates and also providing more people with CNA qualifications like nurses to live in a different work environment, essentially. And this would help, really, this would impact the workforce in the future, as it would provide more opportunities for healthcare women and men. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So to clarify, I heard a concern about who is eligible. Again, Section 1, Part B states who is eligible, and we define what self-care disabilities means. Also, to address some other concerns, this is simply a bill to try to offer more opportunities for people who maybe aren't comfortable with nursing homes, or maybe their disability, it makes it harder for them. And in Section 3, it states, the majority of disabled individuals and their families currently do not have the opportunity to choose between a nursing home or at-home care in the state of Nevada. So this is simply trying to give more opportunities for this, and I wanted to clarify that this is a choice, and this is not forced upon anyone. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I rise in opposition of this bill because I feel though it is a good message, it doesn't outline specifically that how it will be doing it, rather than just it says that they will provide one. So I feel like, does that mean that there's a lack of qualified CNAs for the demand of people that need one? As well as it does not say how it will be abused, since it's regardless of funding.
Time for this debate has expired. We will now move on to voting. This bill raises revenue, therefore requires a two-third majority in order to pass. The Secretary will now call the roll.
Senator Brooks? Can you repeat that, please? Senator Fraga? Yes. Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Yes. Senator Meza? Yes. Senator Popova? Yes. Senator Simpson? Yes. Senator Swin? Yes. Senator Talim? Yes.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 8 in favor and 1 against. This bill, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Moving on, order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly Chamber in Carson City on June 20th, 2024. To Her Excellency, the Governor, I have the honor to inform you that Senate Bill number 13 has passed.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the first bill.
This is Senate Bill number 8, an act that will require any edible marijuana product containing THC sold or distributed in Nevada to require a sticker warning to be placed on the front of the product, while also covering roughly 30%, but no less than 25% of the packaging.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill because in Section 5 it states that the labels will describe the product as not for child use and this product contains marijuana. However, if this is directed towards pediatric consumers, if they're too young to read, they're not going to be able to effectively get the message across to their target audience.
Senator Meza.
Okay, so in response to one of my colleagues, I do want to say that the simple wording for not for child use especially is actually in correlation to basic sentence structures that children from the ages from 5 to 9 are able to correlate and able to understand when looking at. And also, since you're pointing out Section 5, we also have to take in consideration the symbolism. Since we are dealing with people who are in their youth, people who are younger, a part of this bill also has the parents play a part, where it's like they have to be able to communicate with their children that, hey, this symbol means that you can't touch this. This isn't for you. This is bad for you. And having symbols that are more simplified for the minds of the youth is something that I feel is required, especially in the state of Nevada. Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. One point that I'd like to make is that, again, this targets, one of the statistics provided in this is that it kind of suggested targets for youth under 6 years old. For children under 5 to 9 or under 6 years old, they might not know what marijuana is. So having a label saying this product contains marijuana might not actually symbolize any sort of danger to them. Similarly, having that marijuana leaf on them, they might just see it as a leaf and not as anything to feel that it's dangerous about. Other signs like, do not touch, do not ingest, things like that aren't always effective in preventing children from being curious about it and trying it out anyway. And as a colleague mentioned, it is ultimately the responsibility of the parent to educate their children or the adults to educate their children about, oh, don't touch this or don't do that. So ultimately, it would be the responsible of the adult to store their marijuana or any other products that they don't want their children touching in a safe way so that the children don't touch it. If the parents are going to educate their children on why these symbols mean they shouldn't touch it, they should already be storing these products safely. If they're not storing these products safely, they probably won't have the sense of responsibility to educate their children on what these symbols and sentences mean in the first place.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam President. I am in opposition of this bill. I just have a question. In Section 4, it points out that the youth of 6 and under, is that your target point or is that the authors of this bill's target point, 6 and under? Or when it says adolescent, does that mean under the age of 18?
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill, mainly because I have a question that impacts business owners and the people who are actually making these products. No less than 25% of the packaging. 25% of the packaging is a lot of area. As someone who has interacted a lot with business and marketing, having a product and having information on the product is basically what sells it. So cutting back 1/4 of available space that you can use it, to actually sell it to people is a lot of space. And I understand that of course it's a sticker, but in the actual stores and everything, it's going to be blocking a huge part of it. Yes, thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I would like to rise in opposition of this bill. In specifically, one of the sections it states that there's a 245% increase of adolescent cannabis abuse. And just like one of my colleagues addressed, it does not highlight whether that adolescence is under 6 years old, which I doubt it is. And most likely the 245% increase use is because adolescents are choosing to ingest the cannabis and not like the bill is trying to prohibit unintentionally from younger children. And as well as the label, these children are not buying their own products for themselves. So ultimately, as one of my colleagues stated, it is the responsibility of the parent to monitor what their children does digest.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, although I would like to address a concern that I have. It states that the sticker must take up no less than 25% of this packaging, and I would assume that most packaging for these types of products may be different for everything. So how are you going to address the different sizes? Like, are these custom made to each product? And how does this affect funding for this?
Senators, I would like to remind you to not engage in side conversations while your colleague is speaking. Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I would like to add that the products in which that these children are consuming look like candy, which are generally enticing to children. I would like to bring up the Tide Pod incident. Tide Pods have been advertised as not for children, and they are supposed to be in far reach, but children still ingested these Tide Pods anyways. Additionally, this is an act that will require a sticker, so is there going to be some sort of funding that's going to distribute these stickers to the manufacturing companies manufacturing these products? And another concern I had was, if you are going to be funding this, it would be more effective to implement that into some sort of drug education program for these children, because, like I said, children don't know, or a lot of children don't know what marijuana is. If they don't know what marijuana is, it will be of no significance to them. So if they knew what marijuana was, maybe it would be more effective. But those are my concerns, so thank you.
Senator Meza.
Okay, so in response to several of my fellow committee members' concerns, I do want to bring attention to the fact that this is a revision, unfortunately, after the final formatting that didn't get incorporated. So I understand the sense of confusion of why is this bill being enacted. So let me read to you the revision I made. So the revision I made was any edible marijuana product containing THC sold or distributed in Nevada to require a sticker warning. Now, the original legislation was Section A, be packaged clearly and unambiguously packaged as marijuana with the words, "This is a marijuana product," in bold type that clearly identifies that the product is containing of substance. B is be packaged in a manner which is not modeled after a brand of product primarily consumed to the marketing of children. Now, a lot of you had brought up to the attention that, okay, well, a child will not recognize the fact that this is marijuana. You're correct. Because my bill is more appropriately strategized to the requirements of edible marijuana and its packaging, what I provide to do is make a space so it's like, there are a lot of times where these THC substances carry these logos, but they are either very small in the back of the packaging, where it's not even something that an adult can see. So it's like, in order for there to be some kind of, okay, like, at least some type of basis understanding. In order for these children to have a basis understanding of marijuana, you have to be able to inform these children. You can't just be like, oh, well, you can't touch this. Because in the case that a child does touch this marijuana and they don't have any inference to what this is or what the substance holds, how are we going to be expected to be like, oh, well, honestly, like it was the parents' fault? And yes, I do, but in this case specifically, we are implementing so parents have the opportunity to teach their child and have a sense of urgency and symbolism for their child to stay away from the product. Thank you.
Senator Govindaraj.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would just like to say that I do understand that it is the responsibility of the parent to, tell their children no, but at the same time, it is also it's partial, because sometimes if you tell a child no, there are some scenarios where they don't listen to you. And that is why this sticker is put into place, maybe to act in between that scene where where the parent's like no, and the child's like, no, I want to do it anyway. And that maybe the sticker will act as a symbol to the kid. Maybe it will act as something that will take in the child's mind and be like, okay, this is wrong. We should not do this. And then I'd also like to point out in section 5 that it says that the label will be outlined with red and a white inner color. The label will carry cannabis leaf and with an exclamation point in the middle, and it carries at least 25% of the packaging. So this is a big symbol, which should be enough for a child to be like, no. Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Slapping a label onto a package will not make parents feel a sense of urgency if they did not already feel responsible. Parents know that products containing THC are harmful to youthful children. If they already know that and they care and they feel responsible, they will already have taken measures to ensure that their children will not have access to these types of products, and they will ensure to educate their children already on why they should not be accessing these products. These products, just slapping a label on them won't make, parents already know that the children shouldn't be touching THC or ingesting THC, so just reinforcing that won't make them more likely to teach their children not to. That's something that they should already be doing. The fact that this problem exists shows that parents don't, or people who have this issue with marijuana aren't actually educating their children. And so this ultimately comes down to an issue of ensuring that adults with THC containing products are storing their products safely and ensuring that the children don't have access to it. The fact that this label is big and will cover a quarter of the packaging, again, just because it's big won't mean that children are more likely to understand that it's bad if they don't have any association with what the word marijuana means, or if they think that, oh, it's okay to disregard these symbols. They're not going to suddenly start to sort of obey these symbols and warnings just because it's larger. And again, that does take away from the ability of companies to actually market their product, interfering with competition, which is a core belief here. And so ultimately, I don't believe that this will make parents feel more responsible, because the fact that this problem exists shows that parents aren't actually educating their children to begin with.
Thank you. Time has expired for debate on this bill. We will now move into voting. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? Senator Talim?
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 3 in favor and 6 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. The Senate will now be going into a brief recess. We will re-adjourn promptly at 11:45.
They
The Nevada Girls State Senate will now come to order. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber in Carson City on June 20th, 2024. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform you that your Honorable Assembly has passed Senate Bill 5.
Order of business number 13, general file. The Secretary will read the first bill.
An act that will ban crisis pregnancy centers in Nevada so as to protect women in search of safe abortions for any opposing agencies with different intentions. As a reminder, this is Senate Bill 19.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Healthcare providers should be ethically demanded to provide non-biased information to their patients so that their patients are the ones ultimately in charge of making their own decisions. That is patient autonomy. Healthcare providers are tasked with the task of providing the facts and not their opinions, and these crisis pregnancy centers do the exact opposite of that. These centers let their own personal morals and ethics and values penetrate their healthcare providing, and they make it so that they're able to actually impart their own beliefs and pressure young women into giving into the demands and the wishes of these crisis pregnancy centers while ignoring what they believe is best for themselves. And young women shouldn't be subject to that. They should know that every time they enter into a healthcare facility, they're accessing solid information without any sort of bias and without feeling pressure that they have to act a certain way.
Senator Fraga.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition for this bill for this reason that was just brought to my attention. There are only 7 clinics in Nevada that do these fake clinics. This is not enough to prove a whole bill for this because it's only a small problem, and they're already being looked into. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would like to address something about this bill. The main concern is not whether you're pro-choice or pro-life. This is more a concern of medical standards, and because these agencies will tend to lie to women that are pregnant in order to prove their point or convince these women. This is a huge concern, as you do not have to be a medical professional to work in this field, and so I see this as a huge concern. Thank you.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill, and as a colleague just mentioned, that this is not pro-choice or pro-life or anything, but I have kind of a question about how this clinic is going to qualify. Like, it says generally defined as clinics or mobile vehicles that resemble real health centers but are anti-abortion, in other words, pro-life, and not affiliated with Planned Parenthood or other reliable healthcare providers. So I guess my query is how is this clinic defined? Like, how does it qualify to be, for their operations to be ceased immediately? Like, this isn't very clearly defined here. It just says, well, it's fake and it's pro-life. So I'm just wondering if any other, perhaps establishments might be affected, like as kind of a bystander.
Senator Govindaraj.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I'm in support of this bill. I would also like to say a comment that my client made about how there are only 7 clinics in Nevada that are posing to be agencies with different intentions. This still does have an impact. Even if it's 7 or 1, it is still a thing in Nevada that needs to be taken seriously, because many women are making their decision, and people are taking advantage of them and basically saying that they shouldn't be doing what their decision is. So as women, we have rights and we should be able to use them. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I rise in support of this bill to add on to what my colleague previously mentioned about how 7 clinics that do not offer a good standard of care to patients seeking a specific procedure, that's no small thing. The women who are in that area who are affected by that, that is no small thing. The women who are being pressured and having outside influences on their choices, that is not a small thing. And to allow 7 of these centers, not 7 people, 7 entire centers, where as many women who are in that area who wish to seek care will be affected by, that is definitely not a small thing. So I do deem that this is necessary.
Senator Swin.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Just to reiterate some of the points that have been made about the numbers of 7 clinics, this is actually a very strategic number because these clinics are placed strategically in the most populated places within Nevada to reach the most foot traffic and target the most women. 2 centers in Las Vegas, 1 in Pahrump, 1 in Elko, again, in other major cities in order to actually target as many women as possible. And these young women deserve access to their right to non-biased medical information and health care. There were earlier concerns regarding how these centers are going to be classified. This bill clearly states anti-abortion, which means that the healthcare that they are providing are biased and are tainted through their own personal lenses. That means that it doesn't follow the ethical responsibility of medical healthcare providers to provide, again, non-biased and actual factual advice and professional opinion, not personal opinion, to their clients. So again, just to reiterate, young women deserve an opportunity to make their own choices without feeling pressured into making a decision that can majorly impact the outcome of their entire life.
Senator Fraga.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I would like a clarification. Since this is is there any facts that support that they're lying of this clinic? So if they are indeed lying and doing this, I'm just wondering how isn't this already illegal and need to be made into another bill? Thank you, I'd just like that clarification.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill to address a concern of my fellow colleague. Obstetricians and gynecologists, or the board of them, are trying to pass this bill currently, so this is a present concern, as well as what my other fellow colleague said. This bill is to emphasize the importance of making your own choice. And when you think that you are getting advice from a medical provider when in fact you are not, this could severely change your ideas, and this could lead to bad possibilities. Women deserve to know about the truth about their reproductive systems, and these CPCs are lying about this.
Senator Meza.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to refer to something that my colleague has said earlier about pointing out the fact that how are we going to be able to depict the difference between real health centers, especially like depicting anti-abortion as pro-life. I just want to state this right now. Anti-abortion is not pro-life. The subject of pro-life has to be should be tread on very carefully, because when you are arguing for the sense of pro-life, you are arguing for the sense of a person to have a life. And in the conditions where these centers are administering help for specific women who have health conditions and cannot deliver a fetus or a baby, what happens in these situations? Using this term of pro-life allows there to be biased subject when informing patients of options, imposing cases of misinformation. Agencies which provide legal and safe ways to register their bodies should be in clarification and should be protected, especially in our legal right. Thank you.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I would just like to rephrase a query I had before. Section 4 states, any clinic that is found to qualify will be forced to cease operations immediately. I just want to know what the qualifications actually are. So far, the language, in my personal opinion, has been sort of vague about this. It just says crisis pregnancy centers, or quote-unquote fake clinics, are generally defined as anti-abortion and not affiliated with Planned Parenthood or other reliable healthcare providers. Is that it? Are those the qualifications, or is there anything else? Maybe I'm just like not clearly understanding something, but yeah, thank you.
Senator Brooks.
What I would like to say is how a colleague earlier brought up the term pro-life. The term pro-life is not in this bill. It specifically states anti-abortion. So it is not a specific political term. It is just saying that this clinic specifically is an anti-procedure that a woman may want. A woman who may live in this area, they are specifically pressuring a woman to not get a procedure. So I guess if a colleague is confused about the criteria for it, it is a clinic that is not unbiased. It is a clinic that is specifically perpetuating anti-abortion ideas. So the idea was that the clinics would be unbiased and willing to provide women with any care that they shall need based on their choice.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. As a client asked, what is stopping the corrupt workers from going to work for other clinics and still giving the biased attention to clients after the clinics are already banned?
Senator Meza.
Thank you, Madam Delegate. Madam Madam President, sorry. I do rise in support of this bill, and something that I do want to point out to just further our definition of what is considered a fake clinic. Something that was skipped over is the resemblance of a real healthcare center. So the resemblance is specifically important here because we have to keep in recognition that these are people pretending to be certified healthcare professionals, pretending to be able to be like, hey, I can do this for you, but I'm going to give you the misinformation and make you scared of this process. Even if it is a health requirement, even if it's something that you need in order to survive, it's not something that should be allowed. So in terms of what is considered a fake clinic, I feel like it is very well defined in terms of what its resemblance is and what it's trying to define. Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Again, just to clarify the parameters of this bill, it again specifically is addressing anti-abortion centers. So a person walks into this clinic believing that they're going to receive medically sound advice, but then they are essentially forced to hear and being guilted into an anti-abortion agenda, being told that they shouldn't have the right to access abortions. And so any sort of clinics or mobile vehicles that aren't doing that and are actually providing medically sound information would not be affected by this. And oftentimes these people are not actually medically licensed professionals. They might pretend to look like a doctor, may use ultrasounds, or even give you potentially some facts that may be true just to make you to trust them and make you believe that they are medical professionals, but oftentimes that isn't the case. Now, another concern was brought up to the fact that these people might be corrupt and might just go work at a different clinic. These clinics have hiring processes. These clinics have background checks, they have interviews, they have ways to determine who they want working for them. These are respected clinics who have a way of determining, again, who is actually qualified and who's not. These corrupt individuals who don't have the interest of the patient, the best interest of the patient at heart, won't be hired. They won't have a job, and they won't be able to continue to forward their corrupt practices.
The time for debate on this bill has expired. We will now move on to voting. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call roll.
Senator Brooks? Yes. Senator Fraga? Yes. Senator Govindaraj? Yes. Senator Lee? Yes. Senator Meza? Yes. Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swen? Yes. Senator Talim?
Does anyone wish to change their vote? There are 7 in favor and 2 against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Moving on, we will be going to order business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber in Carson City on June 20th, 2024. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform you that your honorable body, that the Assembly this day passed Senate Bill 15. Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chair in Carson City, June 20th, 2024. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform you that your honorable body, that the Assembly passed Assembly Bill 16. I apologize. On the last bill, it was Senate Bill 15, and this one's Assembly Bill 16. So we'll be moving on to reading Assembly Bill 16. An act that will make prostitution illegal in all counties in Nevada. This act will fully prohibit professionals involving sexual acts in exchange for compensation, making prostitution illegal throughout the entire state of Nevada, even in licensed brothels where it is currently allowed.
Senator Mesa.
Thank you.
So thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition for this bill. So under Section 5, the consequences of prostitution have increased the rate of homelessness throughout the state. 43% of currently homeless women previously engaged in the sex of profit, as someone has brought up to me before. This is not cause of, but correlation. So it's not an actual dependable statistic when considering, yes, there are 43% of currently homeless women engaged in the sex of purpose of profit, but that does not specifically correlate to the increased rate of homelessness throughout the state. Another thing that I do want to point up under Section 7 is the Nevada law states it is unlawful for a customer to engage in prostitution or solicitation, therefore, except in a licensed house of prostitution. The legalization of prostitution in any form or place attracts illegal activity of the same sort around these areas, and the law should therefore be repealed or reformed to make prostitution illegal everywhere. So nowhere under this does it implement what is actually the consequence of this violation of the bill. Not only that, we don't actually have a department for this, so nobody is actually being forced to oversee this and regulate this bill. So I was just wondering if anybody is in for lobbying for this bill, what department would be overseeing this? What department would be funding this? What department would be implementing this and enforcing this? Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Just to clarify, because this would be criminalizing prostitution, the Department of Justice and the prosecutors and public defenders that work in for the state would be handling this bill. But my concern with this mainly lies from the fact that prostitution is a genuine career and a source of income for many women in Nevada. Taking away the source of income for them will not actually solve a lot of problems because this bill does not provide a framework to give these women new employment opportunities. What are these women going to do once they don't have the source of income anymore? They're not likely to stop. They're just more likely to keep doing it, and now it's illegal. So essentially, this doesn't actually prevent prostitution from keep happening because many women feel that they actually have to turn to prostitution sometimes in order to make a living. Now, brothels are not problematic because it is consensual. Sex trafficking is only an issue, or prostitution is an issue when it's not a consensual practice, but because these brothels are licensed, it is a consensual practice and it's not an issue. Sex trafficking also is a lot more common in areas where prostitution is illegal, and the fact this bill states that increased crime rates and sex trafficking correlates with the fact that Nevada is the only state to allow prostitution. Again, correlation is not causation. Sex trafficking is common in Nevada, but that's also due to tourism rates. It's not, again, directly as a causation of prostitution.
Senator Fraga.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill due to the exaggerations throughout. I noticed, for example, in Section 2, it states that more than 1/3 of all sex workers carry gonorrhea, chlamydia, or some form of disease. They don't necessarily mention that those diseases are STD, and rather that they're just diseases. So who knows that this stat could be an exaggeration. And this is prevalent throughout the bill, and I believe due to the messiness and exaggerations claims throughout this bill, it should not be passed. Thank you.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. I would like to point out that in Section 7, there is no evidence that the legalization of prostitution attracts illegal activity. The Section 7 states, the Nevada law states, it is unlawful for a customer to engage in prostitution or solicitation, therefore, except in a licensed house of prostitution. And then the next sentence, the legalization of prostitution in any form or place attracts illegal activity of the same sort around those areas, which is basically a jumping to conclusions type of scenario within Section 7. So there's not actual evidence there to suggest that in the bill itself. I would also like to reiterate the concern of rising unemployment after this bill is passed, because all these obviously, like prostitutes or sex workers will no longer have a job. So that increases the number of unemployed people as well as just the unemployment rate in Nevada. Thank you.
Senator Talim.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. What my colleague said about rising unemployment rates is extremely valid because prostitution is a genuine career for some of these women, which although is kind of sad, it's also their career, and to take that away from them, I don't think is gonna stop them from engaging in this activity. I don't know if there are any statistics on other states, and I know Nevada has one of the highest risks of prostitution, but that also, it's also very prevalent in other areas that aren't as legalized. So I don't think that this is going to be very effective in slowing the rate of it down.
Senator Mesa.
So, thank you, Madam President. I stand in opposition of this bill. I want to point out Section 4. Due to prostitution, the number of people who fall victim to sex trafficking in Nevada continues to rise. At least 5,016 people are sold monthly for sexual purposes. Now, bringing up of what my colleagues talked about in terms of rising unemployment, not only would this affect rising unemployment, it would affect the terms of poverty rates because as one of my colleagues said before, a lot of these women do depend on prostitution in order to support not only themselves but their family. So for this bill to impose the act of illegalization while not allowing for there to be some type of rebuttal, some type of exchange or program in order to actually help these women and get them out of the streets. I just find that there would be more victims in terms of sexual trafficking, especially considering that a large portion of people who become sexually trafficked are from the streets, are in poverty, and are in places of low income. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Like many of my colleagues have said, if you take away this job from people, this puts them at risk of unemployment, and of course, they might not be able to support themselves or family. Although there might be programs to help employ past prostitutes and sex workers, I believe that most likely it is not enough money, and what is important to consider is what is the timeline in between this. And for women that decide that they are going to continue, I believe that this could create kind of like a black market for prostitution and almost making it more dangerous. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
To highlight what one of my colleagues said of how it's different than prostitution, the main factor is that it is a job where consent is a key factor. So it says that prostitution leads to increased violence and abuse. Prostitution, where consent is the main factor of it, it's not the act of their job where they choose their career. It would be the act of these men or people who are committing these acts of violence. And this will not help women who feel pressured to sell their bodies. An emphasis on pressure, not chose willingly. And it says that in Section 7, it says it is unlawful for a customer to engage in prostitution or solicit therefore of except in a licensed house of prostitution. That is the current law. And the reason for this is that when you're in a licensed house of prostitution, there are measures in place to ensure that it's a safe practice for these women. There won't be violence and consent is ensured, and that's why it is supposed to be licensed in a house. So prostitution is not the same thing as sex trafficking and does not directly correlate, because an illegal method of kidnapping someone, selling their body, is not the same as consent, a job where you consent to support yourself.
Thank you. The time for debating on this bill has expired. We will now move into voting. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? Senator Talim?
There is 1 in favor and 8 against. The bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. The Senate will now go into recess for lunch. Please be back here promptly at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
know.
The Nevada Girls State Senate will come to order. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly Chamber in Carson City on June 20th, 2024. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform you that your honorable body of the Assembly passed Assembly Bill 11. I will now read Assembly Bill 11. An act that will revise NRS 41.472 to hold legal owners of firearms criminally liable for harm caused by a minor in their custody with said firearm.
If you would like to speak, just request to speak. Senator Fraga?
Thank you, Madam President. I would just like to add one quick thing to the bill. This also includes tasers. I just thought that would be important information to know because in Nevada, a taser is considered a firearm.
Are there any other senators who would like to speak? Oh. Senator Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill because this bill is basically holding parents accountable for leaving their firearms out for children to access, and it is unfair if the parents aren't held liable for this because in reality, when things like this happen, most likely the children don't know the dangers of a firearm. So it should be the parents' responsibility to try to take care of this and ensure that their child's safety is ensured. Thank you.
Senator Popova?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. So, just like how in a car crash, if if a kid took a parent's vehicle and then crashed it into a person, killing them, a kid taking a gun and then killing someone with it, parents are also liable, just like with a car crash of that type. I think this is just a pertinent example to put into perspective just how sensible this bill is, and how it's already applied in other cases with just like an other type of thing. Additionally, there was a case recently in Colorado where the parents of a kid were also held liable for the actions of a kid with a gun that they owned. And additionally, there is no financial aspect to this bill. Thank you.
Senator Swan?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Parents should be held responsible for the safety of their child and the safety of other people around them, regardless of the criminal past of their child. You never really can predict what's going to happen when a minor who isn't educated has access to very dangerous, lethal weapons such as firearms, and they should have that in mind if they're going to own guns in a household where children are also present. And so this bill would hold them accountable regardless of their child's past in terms of their mental status or their juvenile status or their reputation, which is how it should be. Parents should be keeping their children, other children safe regardless of any of these other factors.
Senator Mesa?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I do carry concerns. It says here that the revisions will hold all legal guardians accountable regardless of the minor's juvenile status, mental health, or reputation. Now, keep in mind something that I want to point out. In the act, it says by a minor, so this is anybody under the age of 18. So I want to delve in more specifically into circumstances. What if the circumstances are that the parent does have this firearm locked up in a safe way, but the child does get into it because the child is more developed mentally? So what would the circumstances be around that? I am in support of the bill. I just want to be clarified.
Senator Govindaraj?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. I would just like to say, if something that might oppose this bill is that it would be the parents' response, or not the parents, but it would actually be the child's fault if they do take the gun from their parents. But in a real case scenario, when parents are buying a gun or a firearm, they are taking the risks that come with it, which is why it is important when parents are getting firearms, it should be safeguarded in a safe and kept protected. But if a kid tries to take the firearm or has a way of getting into that safe or into the protection that their parents are putting it into, and it would still be the parents' liability because they are taking the risk when they are buying that gun. Also, I would like to say that in Denver, there was an accident where a kid told their parents that they would kill someone, and obviously their parents had a gun. The child ended up taking that gun and ended up killing people, which is why this is a very important bill that needs to be addressed about, and it should be talked about more. Thank you.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill to address the question of a colleague. In every case, the parents will be held criminally liable, but this is like varying at a case-by-case basis. So like if a minor uses a gun and misfires, like harms someone but doesn't kill them, that would perhaps be like a manslaughter thing, like for the parent. Conversely, if the kid takes a gun like from their parent, or no, let's say the parent specifically buys a gun for the kid, even though they're a minor, that would be a different type of charge, probably more heavy, like at that point. So it's just saying that every parent at every case will be held criminally liable. It's just the actual how they will be affected is different by each case, if that makes sense. Thank you.
Is there any dissenting opinion? Okay. Okay, so time has expired on this bill. This bill is on a non-revenue bill, which requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call the roll.
Senator Brooks, Senator Fraga, Senator Govindaraj, Senator Lee, Senator Meza, Senator Popova, Senator Simpson, Senator Suen, Senator Talim.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 9 in favor and 0 against. This bill, having received a constitutional majority, I declare passed. Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the first bill.
An act that will levy a 0.5 tax increase on the sale of liquor products to establish state-run childcare services for Nevada state employees, allowing women to return to work and families to succeed by providing affordable childcare options. As a reminder, this is Senate Bill number 9.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I do have a couple concerns. One is that not every government-owned building will have the facilities to actually install these daycare facilities and the capacity to do so. So what is the plan there to ensure that these facilities are actually installed? And also, I have concerns regarding the 0.5 tax increase. Is the revenue generated from that, is there a number on that? And is that enough to cover the costs that would be needed to, first of all, renovate these facilities, every single government-owned facility or building in Nevada, as well as cover the costs of the childcare workers that would be overseeing these facilities on the daily?
I rise in support of this bill. I do feel that it is important for women to return back to work and have equal opportunities, especially when they're pushed by societal pressures to care for their children. However, I do have concerns as well regarding to who this bill is directed for. It's directed for government employees to help make it more affordable for childcare options. But typically, if you're working with the government, those are more of the middle class, the upper middle class. Women in lower financial ranks, lower economic ranks, would not be able to afford childcare. So only offering this to women who work in the government building when it could be used for women who are in poverty, who are working with the government, who don't have the protections that working with the government offers you, I feel like it would leave out a community that would need childcare options. More women who are in poverty who don't work with the government would need childcare options, when women who work with the government would be more likely to be able to afford those childcare options.
Senator Mesa.
Thank you, Madam President. I do rise in support of this bill. However, I do have a concern. In terms of childcare, we have to be aware that this is fixed around the safety of our youth, of our children. So I'm wondering, how are we going to hire these people? What are the requirements? What do they have to show to us? Because at the end of the day, anyone could really go into childcare. It's about what you have and your intention behind it. So how will we be able to find out the intentions of these people? Also, what incentive would we provide with this bill for these people to come work for us? Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. I do not have a clear stance on this bill because I do have some concerns. I do not understand if this is only offering childcare for single women that are holding government roles, or is this also including workers just in general, as well as what about single fathers in this position? I feel like it's a little unfair to just represent women when there are single fathers that I'm sure would also suffer from this. And I'd also like to address that a 0.5 percent tax increase on the sale of liquor products is a lot of money. And if we cannot afford as a representative body for something so specific to support something so small, I guess. Thank you.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I would want to agree with the colleague who just spoke because I also think that the wording of this bill is a bit unspecific, especially when it says establishing state-run childcare services for Nevada's state employees, allowing women to return to work, et cetera, et cetera. So this bill would not only benefit women, it would benefit anybody with children who works in the government and would want these childcare services. So I feel like dedicating a lot of these sections to women and putting like specifically gendered language for women here is a little bit unclear. So I'm not sure whether or not this bill actually targets only women and their like children in the like Nevada like state employee workplace or not. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I rise in support of this bill. I'd like to address something one of my colleagues said earlier about knowing the intentions of the workers who are with the child care. The bill is for providing the child care itself, not for the regulation of the workers. And another point I'd like to make is if you can turn to section 4, it says that it will establish funding for the children facilities by imposing a 0.5 tax on the increase of all liquor sales, thereby decreasing postpartum depression. Those two do not correlate. It says by increasing the financial burden of alcohol purchases. Postpartum depression and alcohol, I would not say that they correlate, and I would not say that increasing a tax on liquor would decrease postpartum depression. I would say possibly funding for therapy funding for therapy would be a good act, but I would say section 4 would have me to take away my support for this bill just because of the wording.
Senator Govindaraj.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to rise in support of this bill. Something that I would like to bring to our attention, not in the bill, but just something in general, like in today's world, I believe that when a lady or when a woman has children, it is their responsibility to take care of their children. However, there are still women who are passionate about working and they aren't able to work because they have children, which is why I believe that this bill would really work in favor for increasing employment, especially for women. But I do understand that there is some level of bias when it comes to there's also single fathers out there too. It's not just mothers that are taking care of their child, but it's also their fathers, which is something that is not stated about, which is just my concern. Thank you.
Senator Mesa.
Thank you, Madam President. So I want to specifically point out how it says that the establishment is made for Nevada state employees, not specifically women. It's saying it's allowing women to go back to work and families to succeed by providing affordable childcare options. But because of a majority of the statistics under the section are about women, I'm just a little confused because it kind of does diminish the equality in the bill, especially if you're trying to impose it for Nevada state employees and not a specific gender identity. Thank you.
With the permission of the body, I would like to speak on this bill. First, although the preamble says this would allow women to return to work in families, this is not specifically towards women. This is towards men and women and everyone else. So Generally speaking, I know the statistic was around 35% of lawyers and attorneys are women. And this could be due to the fact that once women have children, they simply cannot support their family while working a full-time government job. Additionally, the majority of government buildings are located very far from schools, and because they're generally located downtown, so this could potentially introduce a financial burden in regards to like driving, gas, and any other kind of like driving them to school would create more of a financial instability. So having these facilities in a government building would not only decrease that, but would resolve the burden of any single parent, any family in general, not just women. And next we have Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill due to the unclear language previously mentioned by several of my colleagues, as well as me, and as well as the specific amount of the tax, which is 0.5 increase. To create these childcare centers within the office buildings, as well as to, obviously have employees within them that are qualified and can take care of the kids. I'm not sure. I'm just wondering if 0.5 is enough and or if it is too much and this could be going in a better direction. Thank you.
Senator Swin.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. One issue that's been brought up is that 35% of attorneys in Nevada are women, but that is a very specific subfield within Nevada state employees, and that doesn't cover the hundreds of thousands of other, people who work for the state of Nevada under different job titles. And so I'm not sure if this applies to other state employees. And again, the funding issue, this is a massive undertaking. Every single state-owned building in Nevada, again, is a huge undertaking, and this bill also doesn't provide a timeline to establish when these renovations will have to be implemented by, and therefore I would have to oppose this bill.
Okay, and time for debate on this bill has expired, and as this bill is a revenue bill, this bill raises revenue and therefore requires a 2/3 majority in order to pass. The Secretary will open the vote.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindajar? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? Senator Talim?
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There is 1 in favor and 8 against. This bill, having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare lost. The Senate has received Senate Bill number 13, which has been vetoed by the governor. The Secretary will read the bill in its entirety and the governor's message as to the purpose of this veto.
An act that will increase the Nevada gaming's tax by 2% in order to establish incentives for Nevada school district employees in positions that are critically short-staffed. Such positions are teachers, bus drivers, and counselors. Incentives provided will be covering of higher education tuition, such as master's and doctorates, or the opportunity to have the state match 401k payments. Participants in this incentivization programs will enter into a binding contract with Nevada school districts guaranteeing at least 10 years of employment. These incentives will no longer be available in school districts once it has been determined that there is no longer a shortage in each position. Section 1. As of January 2024, there were 2,922 vacancies in teacher and professional staff positions teacher shortages in Nevada, resulting in over 35,000 students without a licensed educator in front of their classrooms. Section 2. There has been an over-reliance on long-term subs without proficient knowledge on the subject area they teach, resulting in learning gaps. This also leads to the lowering of hiring standards. For example, the Clark County School District employs 664 long-term substitutes alone. Section 3. Throughout the 2023 to 2024 school year, the average turnover rate for all bus drivers by fiscal year averaged 7.0% in Nevada. This highlights a difficulty in fulfilling positions due to certain requirements for special education. Section 4. As of April 2024, Nevada schools only have 26.8 of the nationally recommended number of school psychologists and 2.9 of the recommended school social workers. Section 5. This act will be effective upon passage. As for the governor's veto message, I am forwarding to you for filing within the constitutional time limit and without my approval. Assembly Senate Bill number 13. I must exercise my constitutional grant of authority to veto this resolution for the following reasons. I recognize the admirable aim of this bill to incentive more public schools teachers. The line of reasoning in this bill is also strong. However, the bill insinuates that the benefits will only be for incoming teachers during the period. If this is the case, it will create a massive disparity in benefits between new and current teachers. Even if the benefits were for all teachers, this is a massive amount of funding required to pay for thousands of 401ks. This bill also does not stipulate when 401k payments will end. If it is implied within the current wording, Nevada will be paying all of the teachers' 401ks for life. This is simply unfeasible. I would also like to include that the 10 years of guaranteed employment is unprecedented. Not even the military guarantees years of employment. I respect the aim of this bill, but I do not believe it should pass. Thank you.
No motion from the floor is in order regarding the vetoed bill other than the motion to close debate. It can be discussed but cannot be amended. We will allow 10 minutes to debate the bill as to the merits of sustaining or overriding the governor's veto. Are there any remarks? Senator Mesa?
Thank you, Madam President, and I rise in opposition to this bill, obviously, and I support the notion to veto, and this is specifically because, as our governor said, there is such a difference between pre-existing teachers and teachers that are newly being implemented, whether it be that through courses, experience, or otherwise data. It's important to recognize this, and while it would be fine to be like, oh, well, we have this teacher shortage, but what makes us sure that these teachers are comparable enough, that they are worthy enough of, and that it would be incorrect to be like, well, are they worthy enough? But the truth is that since we are taking the incentive to not only fund their 401k, so if, in case you don't know what a 401k is, it's their retirement plan. As a teacher, you get a 401k, like that's your retirement plan. So not only to fund that, but to also fund their education tuition, I feel like definitely in the sense of like compared to previous teachers who had to pay for their own tuition, I feel like it would definitely be a stark contrast of how we're teaching these teachers presently due to versus how they were treated in the past. Thank you.
Senator Lee?
Thank you, Madam President. I would also like to sustain the veto. Like mentioned, if This is for only incoming teachers. This not only puts a disparity, but also this is unfair to the teachers already working. And this could possibly lead to more positions unfilled because you would have teachers either rioting against this or simply quitting because it's just unfair to them, as well as if you do apply it to all workers, then this is just simply unfeasible as let's say they already paid for their education and such. We are saying that we will basically pay for all of their education, and that is just too much for the amount that we're taxing, and it's just unreasonable. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I agree with the terms of these vetoes because of the simple fact that it is unreasonable and it would create disparities. So with permission from the body, I'd like to enact the motion to close the debate.
Does anyone second the motion? Senator Fraga?
I second the motion to close the debate.
Okay, the debate is closed. Shall the resolution pass, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? A yes vote will override the veto. A no vote will sustain the veto. This resolution must pass by a 2/3 majority of the members elected in order to override the veto. If the governor's veto is sustained, the resolution is dead. If the governor's veto is not sustained, the bill is ordered transmitted to the assembly. The secretary will open the vote.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Yes. Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Pavova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? Senator Talim?
Does anyone wish to change their vote? Okay, so there are 0 in favor and 9 against. So this resolution, having failed to receive a 2/3 majority, the governor's veto is sustained. Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the first bill.
An act that will revise NRS, I read this one, I apologize. An act that will require rent control and rent stability in the state of Nevada. This is Senate Bill number 22.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of this bill. First, I'd like to turn attention to Section 6 of this bill. It states that rent will be implemented by the year of the building or the house was built, the conditions, and how much you earn in a year. And I think that that last part of it is how much you earn in a year is just unreasonable because this means that you could be living in the same house with the same conditions as someone else, but because you make more money, you will be paying more for it, and that's just unreasonable. And also, this bill is trying to fight the consequences of inflation, but inflation is a needed thing for the economy, and simply doing this is not going to fix anything. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I rise in opposition of this bill. This bill offers no clear method on how it will just control and provide rent stability for Nevadans. The reason that Nevadans are having instability within their rent is due to inflation. Just having the rent to a set amount, the reason inflation fluctuates is because it goes with the value of the dollar. So without a clear plan to enact how you will control the rent without raising the wages of the workers, you can't just control the rent, so I rise in opposition.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. Under Section 5, it says rent control will be implemented with buildings built from January 1st to 1980 to December 31st. So basically, based off of this, according and plus the based off of a very vague section saying that rent control fixes rent to a specific price and will not exceed a limit, but not imposing that limit and not giving structure around that limit. It's just, I'm very confused. What happens when these buildings are not up to date with terms of facilities or maybe building structure or building codes? Will this also affect the cost of these places? Not only that, I also want to touch on owned land and housing that's built upon that land. So would this also affect people who are building their homes or building out homes to rent out? Would that also be affected? Because I feel like it's one thing to be in the hands of the government when the government is making these making these buildings, making these facilities, but if it's under the structure of a specific person or a specific company, how do we know how to separate the government from its people? How do we give the people an opportunity to still be landowners, to still have maybe their Airbnb business or things like that? How do we still have a sense of compensation between the people and the government with this bill? Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill for many of the reasons that my colleagues have mentioned, but also specifically for the lack of specificity that's seen in this bill. Section 6, again, as we've discussed, rent will be implemented by the year the building or house was built, the conditions, and how much you earn in a year. This bill does not specify who you is referring to. Is it the person who's renting the house, or is it the owner of the property who is renting it out? Also, this doesn't specify the formula that will be used to calculate the rent that will be fixed. How the earnings will actually affect the cap, and how that factors into the rest of the other elements that have been outlined in this bill.
Does anyone rise in support of this bill? This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass, and the Secretary will call the roll.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? Senator Talim?
There are 0 in favor and 9 against. The bill, having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare lost. Order of business number 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chair in Carson City from June 20th, 2024. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform you, your honorable body, that this Assembly this day did not pass Senate Bill 19.
Order of business number 13, general file. The secretary will read the first bill.
An act that will relocate 3,008,086 from the existing education funds for the gifted and talented programs in order to provide for at least one state licensed social worker in every Title I public high school in Nevada. As a reminder, this is Senate Bill number 11.
Senator Fraga.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. However, I do have a question about this bill. So, what will we do to make sure the talented and gifted educated children aren't hurt from this bill? Because we do need the talented and gifted program to help curate young minds to grow. Thank you.
With the permission of this body, I would like to speak on this bill. Some schools have two gifted and talented programs, one called Gifted and Talented and one called Talented and Gifted. These programs have the same general audience and general student population. So the combination of these programs and the relocation of those funds from taking out the overlapping programs will make it so the gifted and talented programs do not hurt as much as you would think. Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. As my colleague has stated earlier, this bill doesn't completely defund the gifted and talented education programs of Nevada. Funding is still available to these programs, and these programs can carry on in fostering young and talented children. However, it does provide much needed social worker services in high schools, especially considering the fact that there is such a high rate of mental health issues, burnout, and general feelings of needing counseling among teenagers.
Senator Mesa.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Under this bill, it very nicely says that a Title I high school is meaning that it consists of a high percentage of students experiencing extreme poverty. Because of the action of extreme poverty, I feel like it is most essential that we place social workers in high schools like this, only because coming from a background where it's like having to be put in the school and experience firsthand what the education system is like towards you when you're not gifted, when you're not in a specific program, when you're not in a charter school, when you're not in a magnet school, having that sense of support and somebody to rely on is very important. So I stand in support of the bill, and I really do believe that instead of focusing on very selected people or selected programs, it would be best just in general, since there are 67 Title I high schools in Nevada, for there to be some type of support system for us here, especially for the student body.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Yes, in support of this bill, because the gifted and talented programs, or GATES, usually only affect like a very, very small amount of the student population. Sorry, Freudian slip. And in comparison, many more students, far more than the majority, actually require a social worker or like other like counseling things within their school. So reallocating just some of the money, not all of the money even, is an amazing thing for every student in a school. Thank you.
Would any senators like to speak in opposition? Okay, then moving on to voting. Oh, it is revenue. Wait. We will now move on to voting. This bill requires a simple majority in order to pass. The secretary will call roll.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? And Senator Talim.
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 9 in favor and none against. The bill having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed. Order of Business 6, messages from the Assembly.
Messages from the Nevada Girls State Assembly, Assembly Chamber in Carson City. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to inform you that your honorable body, that the Assembly this day of Assembly Bill 8 passed.
This is an Assembly bill, so if you would like to speak, please request to do so. Oh, sorry. No, the Secretary will now read the bill.
An act that will raise the excise tax of non-medicinal cannabis in Nevada from 10% to 10.25 to fund the setup of free sunscreen dispensers in public spaces such as parks, pools, and community centers in order to decrease the prevalence of skincare cancer in Nevada.
Senator Mesa?
Thank you, Madam President. I actually rise in opposition to this bill. I really appreciate the incentives, and I feel like a lot of the statistics, they're very important on why we should push this bill. However, my concern is the public sanitation. I am concerned for the public health regimen. Like, I think that having free sunscreen dispensers in public spaces, especially places like parks and community centers, while maybe you could argue that, okay, well, we're setting these places out for homeless, we also have a lot of other people at this park and children as well. So if a child were to touch something like this and put it on their face, not knowing any better, I mean, come on. I also want to question the excise tax of cannabis. I'm not exactly sure if we can tax non-medicinal and recreational cannabis. Somebody could fact check me on that. I could be wrong, but I just want to make sure. But one more issue is just the inclusivity of the sunscreen. I was just wondering, what if people have allergies, some type of sensitivities to the sunscreen? I was just wondering what we would do in those cases. Thank you.
Senator Fraga?
So for my colleagues' concern, first off, I would like to say that for the public health, and especially if like little kids like go around and like mess with the public with the sunscreen, it is very common for little kids to mess with anything that's has access to the public. So I feel like specifically like opposing this bill specifically for that, we would have to argue against anything that is like open to the public, like water fountains. But regarding the health of like, or the specific kind of sunscreen, in the bill it states that it would be a general sunscreen that's recommended by the Department of Health. So So it would be a very general, like sunscreen, nothing that has any toxic chemicals that is banned by the FDA, or any toxic chemicals that is known to cause any cancer or anything dangerous to the skin. And if I remember anything else. And also, it would have like a warning as well. So if anyone is worried about what is in the sunscreen, it would say so on the dispensary. So people can look in the ingredients and choose to do so if they would like to use the sunscreen or not. Thank you.
Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. One reason is I question the efficacy of this bill. It's noted that this bill is following recommendations by the Department of Health. It's also recommended by the Department of Health that sunscreen is reapplied periodically. Now, this bill would only have efficacy in preventing skin cancer if everybody who is homeless or doesn't have access to sunscreen actually goes out and reapplies sunscreen periodically every few hours, every couple of hours. And that's something that this cannot guarantee, and prevention of skin cancer wouldn't really be effective if that isn't followed through with. So I'm not sure if this bill would really have ultimate efficacy, and if it is honestly just going to divert an immense amount of funds to something that might not actually have very generous results. I'd also like to draw attention to Section 7. Now, this section notes that the excise tax revenue on non-medicinal cannabis was $121.5 million, and a 25% increase would result in a tax revenue of $124.5 million. Now, that number might be sufficient in implementing free sunscreen dispensers in public spaces. However, the current revenue is already being used in the state of Nevada for something else. And so the allocation of the funds, the generated extra 0.25% would be the part that's diverted to this bill, not the entire tax revenue. And so it would be far less in reality than $124 million, because that is the total amount of revenue. And I'm assuming that we're not proposing that all of the revenue generated from cannabis taxes actually goes towards this bill.
Senator Brooks. Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill to address the concern of a colleague. Only specifically around like $3 million will be put into this bill and enacting the changes put in this bill. Additionally, as was stated, there will be a user and consumer choice, like a sign on the actual thing, as well as an ingredients list to protect from chemicals, which makes the sunscreen children safe as well, because the sunscreen is safe itself. Additionally, one second. Section 9 says that there will be a trial run funded by the excise tax increase, effective immediately after the passage of this act, to determine which areas and which seasons the sunscreen will be best allocated to. So when it comes to homeless populations or something like that, Section 9 defines that if this bill passes, there will be several places that can be tried and to help specific at-risk populations like of skin cancer. Yes. Additionally, if we're talking about at-risk populations like who can't afford sunscreen and stuff, this is not only for them, this is for anybody who might need the sunscreen at this public place, which could help reduce skin cancer anyways. Having just the dispensers there will show the public in general the gravitas of why sunscreen is so important, and the presence of skin cancer and whatnot. Because there are many people who, even though can't afford it, do not wear sunscreen because perhaps they're not aware or they do not realize that it is such an issue. Thank you.
Senator Brooks.
I'd like to rise in support of this bill. Although my colleagues addressed many of the concerns, I'd like to address specifically the concern with sanitation. These sunscreen dispensers are similar to the hand sanitizer and soap dispensers that you see with the automatic. So as those are not being worried about sanitation, this would also not be worried about sanitation because they will not actually be touching the physical sunscreen. It would be dispensed in their hand. And yeah, and for the bill, just to the wording of the bill, as for the problem that there isn't enough sunscreen to have the homeless encouraged to apply every 2 hours, this bill does not actually state that it's for a specific population as such as the homeless, because as we know that the homeless, they do have other worries than skin cancer, and this is for anyone who is out at a pool, who's at a park, who's at a community center, who wants sunscreen, who either can't afford it or is just there to know that the importance of it. They see the sunscreen out there for them, as my colleague mentioned, and they know the importance of it and why skin cancer is so prevalent in Nevada, so that we can help diminish that.
Senator Govindaraj.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to this bill. However, I do understand that this is an amazing idea because skin cancer is very deadly and it is a common thing in Nevada. However, as I said, sanitation is a problem, and something I want to address that my colleague said, is just a dispenser where you just have to put your hand in. You don't have to touch the thing or touch the dispenser. However, people are clumsy sometimes, and they might accidentally, just go all the way up in the dispenser. So I just wanted to know if there were any things that, any rules or things that you could do to take precaution with that kind of dispenser. Also, I would like to say that this isn't a diversified thing because there are a lot of different skin tones, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people know about white cast, and a particular, one kind of sunscreen is not going to suit every kind of skin tone. So I don't see how a lot of people are going to use it if, they are going to have white cast, or if it's not suitable for their skin. But I do understand that there are ingredients available, so you can look at that. But I just, there's going to be money put into this, and I don't want that money to go to waste. Thank you.
Thank you. The time for this bill has expired, so we will move on to voting. This bill raises revenue and therefore requires 2/3 majority in order to pass. The secretary will now call the roll.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? Senator Talim?
Does anyone wish to change her vote? There are 5 in favor and 4 against. The bill having received, Since this bill does raise revenue, it does require a 2/3 majority, which would be 6 out of 9, which was not reached. So therefore, the bill having failed to receive a constitutional majority, I declare it lost. And the Senate has received Assembly Bill 11, which has been vetoed by the governor. The secretary will read the bill in its entirety and the governor's message as to the purpose of the veto.
An act that will revise NRS 41.472 to hold legal owners of firearms criminally liable for harm caused by a minor in their custody with said firearm. Section 1. The revision will hold all legal guardians accountable for their negligence in regards to their firearms, regardless of the minor's juvenile status, mental health, and reputation. Section 2. The current NRS 41.472 only allows parents liable for their minor's misuse of their firearms if the minor in question has been previously convicted of a crime or known to be violent. Section 3. This grossly limits the scope of the guardians who can be prosecuted. The requirements for liability outlined within NRS 41.472 is too specific to be effective. Section 4. This act revises NRS 41.472 to keep the statute's original intention to impose liability of guardians of minors who misuse the guardian's legally owned firearms, but widens the number of cases that can be prosecuted. Section 5. This act will be effective upon passage. Now for the governor's message. I am forwarding to you for filing within the constitutional time limit and without my approval. Assembly number 11, I must exercise my constitutional grant of authority to veto this resolution for the following reasons. I would like to begin by stating that I admire the aim of this bill to crack down on gun violence, specifically gun violence by minors. However, there are multiple problems with this bill. First, the preamble says that legal owners will be held accountable, whereas Section 1 says we will be holding legal guardians accountable. Legally, this mistake causes a massive difference in implementation and understanding. In spite of the legal concerns, the biggest problem is that this is not a duty of legislative body. As a criminal issue, this matter should be determined by the state's judicial body on case by case basis. Currently, few cases in the United States have held legal guardians accountable for their child's misuse. These cases often a history of abuse and are determined through a process must be handled in case by case way. There's a problem in Section 2. This section requires the minor to have a previous criminal record in order for the guardian to be held accountable, but this means the crime could be as small as theft or vandalism. The danger of this is that we are passing a bill to hold parents accountable for their children's crimes, for children's crimes of gun misuse, when it should be the child's, to be dealt with by a case basis. I apologize for my brevity. It's a little bit like everywhere on the page.
No motion from the floor is in order regarding the vetoed bill other than the motion to close debate. It can be discussed but cannot be amended. We will allow 10 minutes to debate the bill as to the merits of sustaining or overriding the governor's veto. Are there any remarks? Senator Swen.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill. Now, first of all, there was an issue noted with the terminology in the preamble versus Section 1. Now, I would like to point out that the preamble states that this will revise NRS 41.472 to hold legal owners of firearms criminally liable for harm caused by a minor in their custody. That aligns with the terminology used in Section 1, which states that it will hold accountable legal guardians. That is essentially the same as saying that they are in their custody. A minor in their custody is the same as a legal guardian. So that is language that aligns and is not contradictory. Further, the legislative body here is not trying to say that if this is if an instance where a child with a firearm causes harm to another person, that the parent or the legal guardian is automatically held accountable. We're not trying to say that in every case that is going to be found. We're simply saying that we are going to make it possible for the judicial body to try cases in which the person who has caused the harm doesn't have a criminal background. This will still be determined on a case-by-case basis by a jury within a trial, by the people who will handle the case. We're just saying that it's a possibility to hold the parents accountable. And finally, to the point where we should be holding minors accountable rather than holding parents accountable, there are so many instances where minors don't really know what they're getting themselves into. Children, even under the age of 10, 8, 9, might play with a firearm, not realizing that it's dangerous, and accidentally shooting or killing or seriously harming their peers. That is something that, while of course the child holds some responsibility for, they're not fully responsible for that because they don't know the consequences of their actions. The adults who have access to these weapons and are making it easy for children to access these weapons are the ones that hold the ultimate responsibility and should be held liable and accountable to keep, again, children safe. And so ultimately, I still stand in support of this bill.
Senator Mesa.
Thank you, Madam President. And actually, I stand in the opposition, to support the position to veto this bill. I had a couple concerns about the circumstances earlier on, but just reading Section 1 and Section 2, I have a couple more concerns. So the revision says that all legal guardians are accountable for their negligence in regards to the firearms, regardless of the minor's juvenile status, mental health, or reputation. Now, Section 2, it says that the only way for parents to not be liable for their minors' misuse of the firearm is if they have been previously convicted of a crime or known to be violent. So it again brings back to circumstances, because what if the parent themselves wasn't intending to do this? What if we bring up this position where we did have these gun safes where they were intended to protect the gun away from the child? I also want to bring up how the act itself says that it's it makes the legal owners of firearms criminally liable for them if it is caused by a minor in their custody. Now, let me point this out specifically because a minor is anything from the ages from 1 to 18. Well, 1 to 17, sorry, let me correct myself. So at our age, I feel like we should all be very correlated with the fact that we are present, we know not to shoot a gun at a person or mishandle one. Correct? So in terms of the act itself, I do believe the initiative to prevent youth or prevent children from handling guns is important. However, I do feel like there should be some type of reword and stuff because it allows a lot of circumstances to just get passed with. But I definitely understand the initiative of the bill, but I will stand in support with the veto.
Senator Popova.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill and against the governor's veto. First, I would like to clarify that this act is revising NRS 41.472, and Section 2 refers to the current NRS, not to the bill itself. And it states what the NRS states, so that that it only allows for the parents to be liable if the minor has been previously convicted of a crime or is known to be violent. Rather than the fact, so yes, and then Section 3 clarifies this and says why the NRS 41.472 is being revised, because it limits the scope of who can be prosecuted in terms of guardians. Additionally, the bill does not affect the criminal liability of children, which I feel the governor has not completely understood. This bill just says that the parents, in addition to the children, will be held criminally liable regardless of the case. In every case here, children, and of course case by case basis, but if something occurs like with a gun, the children are the first and foremost people being held liable. And this bill does not even touch on that. It touches specifically on the guardians. Uh, yes. Section 2, and anyhow, Section 2 does not contradict anything. It's just explaining why NRS 41.472 is being revised with this act. Thank you.
The time on the debate for this bill has expired. No motion from the floor is in order regarding the vetoed bill other than the motion to close the debate. Sorry. Shall the resolution pass, notwithstanding the objections of the governor? A yes vote will override the veto. A no vote will sustain the veto. This resolution must pass by a 2/3 majority of the members elected in order to override the veto. If the governor's veto is sustained, the resolution is dead. If the governor's veto is not sustained, the bill becomes law without the signature of the governor. The secretary will open the vote.
Senator Brooks? Senator Fraga? Senator Govindaraj? Senator Lee? Senator Meza? Senator Popova? Senator Simpson? Senator Swin? Senator Talim?
This resolution having received a 2/3 majority, the Senate has refused to sustain the veto, governor's veto. Resolution is ordered transmitted to the Assembly. I will now appoint a committee consisting of Senators Fraga and Mesa to inform the governor that the Senate is ready to adjourn, sign, die. Also, I will appoint a committee consisting of Senators Brooks and Govindaraj to inform the Assembly that the Senate is ready to adjourn, sign, die. Will the committees now depart from the chamber to deliver their messages and report back to the Senate as soon as their missions are accomplished? The Senate will be in a brief recess. Please do not leave the chamber. Thank you. Welcome to our chamber.
Madam Speaker, the Nevada Girls State Senate is ready to adjourn. Signed, DA.
Thank you for your message. Thank you for your message. Senator Fraga, Senator Govindaraj,
Madam President, your appointed committee has notified the Assembly that the Senate is ready to adjourn. Signed, die.
Senator Popova,
Madam President, I move that the 2024 session of the Nevada Girls State Senate adjourn, sign, die.
you have heard the motion. All those in favor say yes. All those opposed say no. Motion carried. The 2024 session of Nevada Girls State is adjourned, sign, die.